Okay, so yesterday I sort of finished my backend write for the header file. So right now I have a buffer here. I am not entirely convinced that I should have a bind index here. This is only used for the uniform buffer because that needs to be bound in here whenever I'm drawing a mesh. Um, Whenever I'm drawing a specific mesh that I want to draw, and it has a uniform buffer that has to be bound. It has to be bound separately. Now I'm thinking right now that maybe this would be better as a uniform. Let's see here, a shaded uniform, right? So we could add a type here and make one type to be the like a buffer, and then we can like add support for that there. I'm thinking that's probably a better way to do it. Um, and also, I was reading a little bit about these buffers yesterday, and it seems like I'm not sure of this, but it seems like if I'm having my where would it be? Mm, let's go to main, right? So if I have my alphabet render function here, we are generating the vertex font, which is the position and UV, and also we're generating the shape, which is somewhere else in alphabet. We're generating the shape for all of them, for each um, individual glyph that we want to draw. Now it seems to me like maybe like right now the string shape is a uniform buffer, and the vertices are in the vertex buffer object in OpenGL. Oh. um, okay. Well, we have vertex buffers, and right now the vertices are in the vertex buffer. That made sense to me at the time, but right now I'm thinking maybe it makes more sense to put the vertex buffer, which has all of the glyph size and UVs. Maybe that makes more sense to put in the VBO, in the UBO, and then we can have like up to 1,000 or 2,000 glyphs, right? And then we create a vertex buffer, and this vertex buffer will have the it's much easier if I'm showing this in the code. Static. So right now, all of our buffers are static draw. And I was shown this a very nice website yesterday. It's much better. To me, it seems much better than learnopengl.com. So that's very nice. There's also the documentation. Uh, docs.gl. Okay. So what was it? GL static draw. We are using this for GL bind buffer. we can look at ES3 because that's sort of the thing that we're targeting. No, buffer data. Okay, here we go. So right now we have everything is static. I'm thinking maybe for the vertex buffer specifically, when I'm drawing my string, that makes more sense to have it as a dynamic buffer. It will be used many times, as in it will be, you know, hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of frames, but it will not be static where I'm never modifying it ever. Like I will just have an array of dynamic arrays that I'm allocating and changing rather than creating and destroying and creating again static ones. So that's sort of where I'm at with changes that I would like to do. However, before we do anything else, I do feel like I need to finish. I do need to finish doing the changes and implementing them and make sure that it's actually working the way that I'm expecting it to. Before I continue. Hello? Because right now we just have our single triangle. And is very good at being a triangle, but I want to do more. So we, in the main function, I have this, which I commented out. That should probably work also. I can, you know, I could use this texture. That probably means I want to make it afterwards. Or maybe I will load a different texture or create a default texture that always goes into the 0 slot. Actually, that might be a good idea to do immediately. Creating a texture and then making this work. And also, one thing that is an issue right now is that this is the main function, and we are calling buffer creates with a buffer tag, and that is defined by me. But I'm having, you know, these are OpenGL specific buffers, and I don't know. I have to start. I have to start making DirectX code to see if I can use the same kind of buffer tag, because I know DirectX also has these different kind of buffers. Like it's quite similar, at least 11. I haven't used DirectX 12, but I do know that it's quite similar. So maybe this tag I can just use. Right now it's defined in OpenGL GFX. But then they would have to be called something different, possibly. So this could be the vertex buffer, this could be the index buffer, and this could be static buffer or something like this, right? But uniform buffer objects, that's too specific to OpenGL. So I'm not very much liking that. But for now, when we're just, I'm kind of back into bootstrapping mode. So I just want to get things working. Default texture. And I actually do have a default texture at the very, very bottom. Unless I deleted it. I might have deleted it. Okay. So, well, a default texture would be a U8, and it's let's say 4 pixels by 4 bytes. So we can say, what is purple? It's red and blue. Maybe 7F. So that's the first pixel. So this is like dark purple and full transparency. And then we can have pink. What is this? 127, 0. So yeah, deep purple. But we can also have a bright pink, which would be, okay, 127 maybe? Yeah. This would be bright pink with F, F, and then we can do this being a little bit transparent, because why not? So then we have a some data for our default texture. So then we can do a texture create. And maybe this function doesn't actually exist, yeah. I am having some texture function. No. Bind texture. Right. Let's call this texture create to be the same as the other ones. I'm passing a bitmap, which is good. Let's put the function there, and the main we can come back to. So size x equals 4. Channels. It's also 4. Wait. It's 2 by 2. The channels is 4. And then I have to do a mem copy for the data. Source is U8. It is const, or default text. And the size is, well, size of default text. It will always overflow. That's the point, dude. It has. I know that it has a size of 0. I am happy with that. So we are having graphics, then BMP. And here, GLUint type. That's not great. Because these are defined by OpenGL, and I don't really want to use that. What did I do with the other ones? I completely forgot. Just so it would be what? RGB U8 RGBA. Something else I might be using is F32 RGBA. I could have RGB. I could have RG and R. All those things are likely that I would find use for, but we have. So let's look at the documentation here. What are you talking about? ES3. Okay. So we have the number of channels, width, height, something, channels, type, and data. The type here is specifies the data type of the pixel data. And then we have internal format. This is the internal format. You see, there's all these kinds of variations, and I am not interested in 90% of them. There's like 4, 5, 6 that I might be happy to use. For the moment, I only really have this one. So I could say that with this texture tag, oh, we are having a switch. So we have the internal format. They were UNs, right? Int and enum. Or, yeah. So I need to find bind texture. Where did I call this? Unsigned byte. This is for a single buffer. What would it be? It would be RGBA 8, right? And then it's like 8 bits on each. Yeah. RGBA 8, and the format is GL RGBA. I think that would be correct. And in the case of this, it's R8 and GLR. Mm-hmm. Type. I don't know if there's a difference between unsigned byte and R8, actually. Maybe unsigned byte is always 0 to 255, even if you get it as a float. But R8 would be zero normalized to 0 to 1 if you ask it to be. Maybe. That would be one reason to have them separate, I guess. But I could, play around with that. The interesting thing here is that the channel is also format type. What? Internal border format. There's no channels here. Let's keep it to the documentation. So we're having target. No. Target is that. Level of detail. 0 is base image level. Okay. Internal format. So internal here. It can be RGB, a the base internal formats shown. It may also be one of the ones here. Sized internal format or unsized internal format. Okay. And that's why we're having R8 there. So this is internal format R8. Or it can be RGB RGBA8. But if it's RGBA 8, the format I should make it like this. Yeah, U8R. The format should be red, and the type should be unsigned bytes. For R8, RGBA8, the format should be RGBA, and it's again type unsigned bytes. And interestingly, this doesn't show up too many times. I wonder if are these the only combinations that are allowed? It's a very handy table though. So then I have these two things. So this would be a normal texture, and this would be for my alpha mask, sort of. RGBA unsigned bytes. And then the texture doesn't have this stuff. Although I could save that to here. Type, internal, and format. That seems correct to me. Okay. So then we have that. The texture doesn't need any of that. Tag equals tag. Stride. This is stupid function. So then I guess stride equals 4. Stride equals 1. And I guess we can actually do like either we calculate it or we assert it. Like I can say that stride is equal to the channel count. Or I can't actually. Because if I have floats, it wouldn't work. So stride is stride. Channels. I don't know if the texture actually needs to have that much. Like, do I care about the width and height? It's just memory. Like, this might be completely uninteresting. It's not used anywhere. Let's delete it for now. I don't think it's going to be useful at all. Stride, we don't care about. Tag. Then we can generate bind. We can't bind the texture. Possibly. All these things, I am okay with them being just static for now. I could have a separate tag for like wrapping or anything like that. But I am happy with linear. I am happy with wrapping. I'm happy with clamp. The stride. Unpack alignment. Aha. Well, this I do have the stride. It's there. I just don't care about storing it anywhere. Let's see. Oops. Internal format. Yep. Size. Border. Border is always 0. Okay. Format. And type. And then we have the data. Unbind. Yep. Free textures. Delete textures. ID. Well, we can just do a mem set text 0 size of texture. That's fine. But this doesn't mean, like, it doesn't need to have a certain amount of users, correct? I could think about it a little bit later because my buffers are having users, and I guess the textures can also have users, right? And then when I request a texture, it increases the users. Also, one thing I almost forget. So when I free the texture, or texture free, I should assert that the users is equal to 0. Otherwise, a texture still has users. Just so I know, like, whenever I do something stupid like that. This is a text tag RGBA, and we are getting back what? I32. So actually, texture ID is there. Yeah, return texture ID. That will not compile because I'm having this old. No? Maybe it would be a linker error before, but I would expect that because I don't have a uh, bind texture thing anymore, that it would just give me an error for that. But somehow it doesn't care. Undeclared function. Okay. Yeah. So in graphics, rather, I will have I32 create texture. Texture create. But of course, now it's going to complain. Now it's going to complain about texture tag being defined here. So I can uncomment that, and here mem copy will always overflow. but I want it to overflow. So do I just disable that error? Like, it's a useful error. um, I forget how to do the warning disable. GCC now. Is it like this? Why is it impossible? Google just doesn't work. Wow, thank you. That was so impossible for Google to give me. um, main. What was this warning? Fortify source. Yep. Remedy, and we are going to, well, not in KB. Texture create. One, two, three, four. Yeah, it looks good. I should do another error check here, I think. This is another void function, so it wouldn't tell me. Couldn't bind texture, couldn't create texture. Yep. So now we should just have our texture. Texture count. This is ready. It's RGBA. We have the ID. Great. So let's create the other primitive and try to use the texture and draw it. Mm. So I don't know. This is not gonna work. But I'm curious to see what's gonna happen. Nothing apparently. I need to tell this mesh create that I'm having a texture. The mesh itself has a color texture ID that is never set. But it can be 0. That's the thing. I think instead of having a color texture ID, maybe what I should do is I should expand my texture. This should be a little bit more verbose. So similar to the way that I have in the uniform buffer, or just buffer in general. I have a bind index. Well, the texture should have that too. And that means, sorry. I feel like I'm about to sneeze. The bind texture needs to go in here as well. By default, it should be just 0-ish. Something like that. Texture. Annoying. Okay. Yeah, bind index, the create texture here in main, or texture create. We need to add a bind index 0 here. So we're setting that in there. Expression unused because bind index like that. And in the mesh, we should just have texture IDs by some number like 8 max text, texture max, and then I32 get texture count. And when I'm creating the mesh create, I should give it I32 texture IDs and I32 texture count. We do the same thing here as there. For the texture count, we're doing texture get, which I haven't made yet. Texture IDs. Bind buffer. No, we don't need to bind it because I need to bind it later anyway. But it can just know that the texture, hold on, buffer IDs. Why is the mesh? Are we not storing the buffer IDs? Ah, okay. I forget. Because of the vertex array, we don't really need to store the buffer IDs in here. The texture is a little bit different. It's like the uniform buffer. So I actually want to unbind, or maybe even before. This is like separate from the vertex array. So I want to have it outside. So we have the texture. Texture like that. And then I would do text.users ++, and also I would do mesh dot texture count ++, and I would do mesh I32 mesh text equals this, and the mesh text equals the texture ID I. I think that makes sense. So we're getting the pointer to the texture by the ID that we are passing in here. Later, we are using that same ID, which is just offset into the index of all the textures in the program. We're setting that into the mesh at the first slot first, and then the second slot second, and we're increasing the amount of textures that we have. We might also just do just for good measure. Let's say that the mesh text is smaller, or yeah, it's smaller than max, texture max. What was that called? Textures max. So why is it not showing up? Maybe it's not showing up because of this. Sometimes when Clangd doesn't have, like whenever there's an error earlier in this in the code, it just kind of forgets everything else that happens afterwards. I'm not really sure about that. But that should work. We just need to write the texture get function. So let's get on that. Let's put it next to our other get functions. So we have buffer get here, shader program get. We can do texture here. Graphics and ID. It's all the same pattern. OpenGL texture ID out of bound texture. Typing is hard. Result equals the texture, and we return that. Now this exists. Texture IDs is an array, or it's a pointer at least. Yep. And then we are asserting, my assert always requires a string. So texture, more textures than max. Right. That would work. Why is this not? Assigning to mesh. Texture IDs. There we go. That should work for assigning the texture. Now the calls in main are gonna fail. On the triangle, we don't have any texture IDs because it doesn't take a texture, so that's just null pointer 0. Here, however, we can make another i32 IDs. Actually, this ID well, it's just 0. It's the we are creating the texture up here, and I could store this and assign it here, but I wanted to create the texture separately. So 0 could be like my default texture kind of thing, or maybe there's another way. Like this is just my like example code, so I don't care too much about me just like putting 0 there. But now we can do. It's not IDs anymore. That's the buffer IDs. And this is i32 texture IDs. There's only one, and it's initialized to 0. So that should work. Okay, no crashes, which is good. We're creating the mesh, and we should be drawing it, but there might not be anything. Yeah, there's probably no texture bound. Let's see. Actually, let's go to render doc. Are we even calling draw? Yeah. So we are definitely doing two draws. This one, okay. This is 3 because that's static. I need to add the index count to the mesh. But anyway, that looks all right. Now the only question is, yeah, I'm not binding any texture, and that's why it's not drawing anything. So let's do something about that. Here, we are doing the uniform buffer thing. We can also do the same thing for the texture, like I was doing. Mesh texture count. So we're having the texture. We might want to do the same thing as the program here, I guess. Because we don't need to bind the texture if it's already bound. Draw, yeah. So we're having shader program that. We can do texture star text and then texture max equals null pointers. But we also have the current, like the texture ID, I32 text IDs, and the textures max. Are we even using this? Yeah. I don't think I actually need this. I just need the IDs. And then each texture has a slot. Let's see here. So in OpenGL you have this like texture thing, texture 0, right? We have active texture 0, 1, 2, 3, up to some like large number. You see like a 32 here. And when you're creating the shader, you have to tell what texture buffer you're actually using, because there might be a lot of them. So I think the smartest way of doing this, or at least the simplest way of doing this, would be to just have the texture IDs in each slot. No, not this wouldn't be textures max. This would be texture slot max. And this would be defined somewhere else, but like let's just call that 8, because why not? And then for each texture slot, don't I'm not sure we need to do that, but for each texture, well, okay, we get the texture text, and it's the texture get. We have the texture. We find they are sequential here, but they are not necessarily sequential. Like, it would make sense if they are sequential always. And these ones certainly are up to 32. And then if you have 33, then it might be somewhere else, if it even exists. I might be able to get away with this. This is a uint, I guess. Texture slots. Bind index. So if bound textures, so if the bound texture for the texture bind index, so that if the ID in here is equal to the texture to this ID, then we do nothing. If it's not the same, Then we need to rebind it. So then it's the whole thingamabob. GL bind texture into then I need to get the texture slots. The active texture is taking a uint, I'm assuming. Enum. Okay. So we activate this texture slot, and then we bind the texture of. We bind that texture, and then that's it. Oof. Um, so are we not doing that? Let's go to the draw function. And for each mesh, this is the first one. This is the triangle that is drawn correctly. So we have a shader program. We are binding the vertex array. There's a uniform for the transform matrix. Okay. And then we have no uniform buffers. We don't have any textures. And then we draw that. Then we are, this is the rectangle. The shader program should be different, and it is. It's the program 0 instead of 1, really? Okay, I mean, that might be true. Oh no, the currently bound program is 0, but we want the program 1. Okay. So we are storing the shader program. We're getting the pointer, and we are saying use this program. We're binding the vertex array, the VAO. We do have uniforms. We have a transform matrix. And, well, we do have textures, but it's not in there. This thing I'm missing. Okay. I'm missing that. Uniform buffer, we don't have. We have textures. And let's see if this is working. We get the texture we created. It's ready. We could assort that, I guess. U8 RGBA. Maybe I make an invalid version. Users 1, bind index 0, ID 1. Oh. Well, technically it is all zeros. That is true. But that's not really. That's no good. I do forget exactly how this works with what I wrote with the uniform texture slot. But the texture should be bound if I can just if I would just take this and I would mem set bound textures to -1 for size of okay. So we're drawing something, but it doesn't look like it's my texture. This is oh, okay. That is the correct texture. I just wrote it wrong. It needs to be more like that. But for some reason, it's not using it. So I'm almost certain it's because of this integer thing. Is it sampling the wrong buffer maybe? Or then it wouldn't be white, it would be black, I think. Uniform sampler. Sure. And then the vertex is having a raster. Which one is this? Yeah, that's the font. Do I just add this like that? No. I forget what it's doing. So the location is the uniform ID. Like that's just a uniform location. So that should be fine. So the correct texture is bound. And it mentioned the sampler here. The texture is correct. So location 0, location 1, count 1, count 1. This is a float 16. This is an int 1. And the value was 0. This is a matrix. I don't really understand what the problem is. It's just the sampler type. One IV or I. Location NV0. That might be the same as the bind index. Not entirely sure. I think it's the bind index of the sampler. But it should be drawing something. Should be part of the buffer, maybe. I'm just thinking about the this 3. It's a VBO. If it should just be part of the mesh or something different. Huh? The draw count should be try indices. So now we'll have a rectangle at least. So it looks to me why are they using the same position and rotation? They should not be doing that. This is the translation. Hmm. Am I not updating this? Yeah, that looks better. Let me make it. Let me make the clear color something different. I'm just curious. Huh? It looks to me like it's using the transparency properly, but not the color. Maybe it's something with a shader. I have to come back in a moment, so I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I didn't expect to have to leave for such a long time, but you know, sometimes it's necessary. Right. I'm starting to suspect that this is the reason why. Yeah, I was starting to suspect it was the shader that was the issue, not the code. Uh, so yeah, let's sample the color. There we go. That's about what I was making. Uh, I don't like it to be. I don't like it being sampled like that, though. It's crazy. Target is min filter and mag filter. So, like min as in minimize, right? Minifying function. So we can have nearest linear mip map. So I want to do another tag. And there's a bunch of ways you can like combine the mip maps and samplers. I think I'm just gonna have two of them. So we have linear. What was the other one? Nearest. And mip map. You know, I think that's all I'm gonna ever need for this project, at least. So then we have, this is a texture tag. And we're also having a text sampling tag. Maybe it should just be called sampling tag. I don't know if there's any other samplers really. When there is, I will change it. but this is good enough. Sampling tag. Okay. So this tag is a texture tag. Do I need to? I don't think I actually need to store that. Nearest. Hmm. And this is an enum. GL linear. Parameter I int param. Sampler GL sampler equals GL nearest. Now the question is, what map do I use? The best one. Nearest map linear. This seems like the highest one. So it's the linear sampler of the two nearest maps, and then linear between those. So it's the most intense, but probably the highest quality also. And if I'm gonna have a map sampling, then why not do the highest one? Though that could be, it could be map high, map low. It's me. Or no. Just map for now. It doesn't have a what do you call it? Prototype graphics. So this one will have a linear sampler. Normally, I would probably use no. Normally, I would use linear. This one is I want to have a nearest because it's only 2 pixels, and now it looks more like what I would expect. You can see that it's not faint. It's not anti-aliased at all, so it looks a little bit funky. But that's okay. That's not something I'm gonna be focusing on at the moment. Okay, so we have our 2 default objects back. Let me put it more to the side, actually. Game. 50 to the right. Now they're above each other. Let's make it larger. Yeah, now it's easier to see them, but they don't touch, which is good. So back to main. Now to the big challenge, which is drawing our text again. Mm. For each font size, we are creating the texture. It shouldn't be fonts. Or at the very least, I have i32 mesh ID is equal to create mesh create. The tag sure mesh tag font. I think this is unused at the moment. Or no, it's used in the okay. It's used inside of the creator function. Program ID. Well, this is 2. It should not be 2 in the future. Draw count. Well, I don't really know. That's the issue with putting the draw count in the mesh. Buffer IDs. I didn't create them yet, but I will get them eventually. What buffers do I need? Again, vertex font. So I have buffer ID equals for the vertex font, it's VBO. And then we have the data is VF. I. The count is max. So that's the vertex buffer. We can do actually this shouldn't have mesh ID. I just realized. And to do, like I said in the beginning of the day, this should be a UBO instead. So we have the buffer with all the vertices. Mm-hmm. We have that. The font size equals VF size. Hmm? This is the byte count, byte size. Do I even need that? We could say like this. If the win32 else elif defined. And then this is not size, it's count. And this becomes a string glyph. What is the... It's the glyph count. Mm. Mm-hmm. What is the size though? Well, I already have the size then. We have the count, we have the stride. That should be done. Okay. Let's see how that looks. So this is all the same as we were doing before. Allocating render, and we have our data. V count. Oh. Bitmaps, we have 3 of them. We have VF with a bunch of vertices. And we have VF count. And it's the same for all of them, which actually makes sense. They might as well be an array like that. Maybe I should do an assert that, hey, it has to be like this and that. Anyway, we are creating a buffer, and we're also creating a texture. Texture ID equals texture create. We are using the bitmaps I. The bind index is 0. Yes. The texture tag is U8R. And the sampling tag is sampling linear. I think makes sense. And then we do that for all of them. We are not creating the mesh here. Yes, we are not creating the mesh here. And then, well, when we're done, we are popping everything back. So that should run with no errors. And it does. And if we are stopping here again, we get a ID 4. Texture ID, well, I couldn't see that, but I can see AB font 0, or actually even like that. So texture ID 1, texture ID is not set up yet, but you can see the size is set up for all of them already, except this one because it doesn't have one. So we can look here. It's new VBO, new texture, and the last one, same thing, 6 and 3. And then when we are done, we're popping this. And then we are successful. Now, the next thing that we are doing is, let's see, create alphabet struct. Now we are creating a string. So that means that we are doing something like this. And I am actually not doing this. This is what I want to do. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We have the alphabet index. We're grabbing that. Um, Text is. Mm-hmm. String shape. Um, Buffer size. What is the shape buffer size? Oh, I'm getting that back. I see. I'm already using the arena. Okay, okay, okay. That's good. I create the text and what? I have my shape buffer, so I need to do another I32 UBO ID equals buffer create. The data would be shape buffer. Count. Well, I know how many characters I've written. It's here, glyphs drawn. And then, so I probably want to have, instead of size, I want count. Glyphs drawn. Bind index is 0. And that now we can create mesh. So we're having graphics. The mesh tag is font. Shader program is 2. Again. The draw count. Shape buffer count. Times 6, technically. I don't want it to be 6. I need to change that, but that should be working. Buffer IDs. So I need I32 buffer IDs. It's the so I need the texture. Not the texture. I need the alphabet. Oh, I already have the alphabet. AB dot fonts. I'm just gonna pick one. Dot texture ID. No, VBO ID. And this shape UBO. Texture IDs. That should work where we would not be drawing any text because I don't think I updated the draw function. Could not find glyph. Ugh. This is in text create. I think I know what's going on. Yeah, it's some kind of ligature. And it's because of that, I think. Huh? Why is there a 0 code point? Alphabet byte count -1. No? It's already -1. So what is actually going on? It's 41 of them, and none of them have the ID 1. Let's look at the text that we're giving. Efficitur nunc. Yep. What character are we currently on? $571. N. It's right at the end. So why is the code point not N? Ah. Let's go here. We can do car, glyph, code point. This F is having a ligature when there's two in a row. So it's skipping another F. So there's two solutions to this. Either like I can try this, and then I'm rendering this like empty is zero null terminator thing. Then I have a different error. Although that's not necessarily an error. I don't like that. I think maybe here what I should do is if the glyph I have special characters. If it's 0, I can just like, is it exit? Like, that means that the shape run is over. I think that works. Unsupported buffer tag 2. Really? What did I miss here? Oh, forget the break. Unsupported shader type. What is the type? Color? Did I delete it by accident? I forget what I was using. This one? That works, right? Yeah, it's this. It's like this. Permission denied. Did I forget the... No, I didn't forget the break. Block. That's true. Wait, they are both UBOs? Well, this uniform doesn't know anything. That's part of the buffer. Also, where am I? I'm creating that buffer, yes. Mm-hmm. So it's not actually that that I need to do. I'm having my it's this one, right? Uniforms 2. Yes, this is 2 and this is 3. No. Uniforms. This looks like it's wrong, actually. This is removed. If I have this block, what do I call? Do I even need to do anything? Like, I need to bind this, but I don't have that. If we just comment this out and do break, just to see what will happen. Oh, exception. Mesh count. True. Font. There's no uniform buffers there, which is incorrect. But what is a null pointer right now? Is it this mem set? It couldn't be. Okay. It's the entity. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Graphics, I, mesh. Program ID is different. That looks incorrect. Like, it's not supposed to look like that. NVFP 5.0? So I think OpenGL is just kind of crashing because something is wrong with my program, possibly. The first one is good. The second one looks shady. Let's take a look at me compiling those. Mesh create shader program. Okay. So it's almost certainly this thing. What something about how I'm trying to draw that is not working out. It's probably, maybe my draw count is, it's 120, but I don't actually give it any vertices, or the vertices it's having are the wrong ones, right? Yeah. I think I need to eat an apple or something, so I'll be right back. Okay, so I got an apple inside of me, and I made some coffee. So I wanted to try and spend the last hour getting the text drawing again. So it's obvious something is wrong. The question is what? I'm thinking it might be this thing. So I probably want to do a switch here for the mesh tag. Glyph count. It's probably still completely wrong, but it doesn't crash. So let's take a look. Hey, this is pretty good. This is what I'm listening to. Check him out. Very much like, what are they called again? Maybe it's even too much. What the hell are they called? Albums? Polyphia. That's the one. Sounds very similar, but still very good. So we are drawing O. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Um Are we having a texture? Yes, we do. Although it is a complete and utter mess. That is a tragedy. How the hell did that happen? Crazy. Okay. Is there anything here? No, this is the same position 3 times. So it's not getting the correct buffer. We bind the texture. We are not binding the uniform buffer. Now, why is that? Mm-hmm. It has 0 uniform buffers. How come? I think I know why. The buffer IDs here, 5 and 7. That's not the uniform. The uniform buffer shouldn't be here. I think my dog just made a funny noise. No. I deleted everything already. I have to take a look at, no, what am I doing? GitLab. Let me look at the commit of somewhere around here. Can I see it from this point? I don't want to see the differences. I want to see what it looked like. Maybe that's not possible. No. Nothing. Mm, I don't know. I could pull a specific branch, or not even a branch. I could git pull or git clone a new project and then go to a specific commit. But I can't just like look at it online like this, unfortunately. Uh, let's see here. Blah blah blah. Right. So in here, again, the UBO is not part of that. Mm-hmm. I think I want to have a bigger separation between this buffer and this buffer in the future. This will make it still work though. Uniform buffer IDs. GL bind buffer. Well, we don't need to do that, but we can say B users. And also we need to store it into the mesh. So mesh.uniform buffer IDs. And then we can say mesh uniform counts equals uniform buffer count. That's good. Oh. Why is that compiling if it doesn't have the template? Mm-hmm. This is still completely wrong. Let's see here. Bind texture, bind buffer base, buffer 68. Buffer 68 is... I forget, what is this uniform buffer? It's the shape buffer. Wait, hold up. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 26, 20, 15. That makes sense, I think. Because the glyph IDs are in the order of this. And 12, 3, 5, 6 will... I don't know. This offset not being anything is weird. So let's look at the shader real quick. This is the font vertex shader. That's what's being... that's what's messing up. And... that doesn't exist anymore. This is a uniform string shaping, and it's a uniform vertex memory. So it's not having the vertex memory anywhere. Wait, I thought that vertex memory... I thought that this was a... I didn't think this was a uniform. Bind index. This is 0. And this is 1. Would that fix it? Oh shit. That did something that I really needed it to do. So it's way too tiny. And they're all in the same spot. I'm not sure why they're in the same spot, actually. Probably just some dumb typo. Like shape. I need to follow the logic. So alphabet C, text create. The first character is going to land on 0, of course. Max width. Uh, 800 divided by 0. Well, that is no good. Uh, why is font scale 0? Medium. This is uninitialized text size. Mm, it's actually not the text that I care about, it's the font. And that means in main, when I'm creating my font sizes, mm, it would be here. Here. AB fonts idx dot ready equals true. So now I run it again. Where's the error? I run it again, it's gonna complain about invalid text size. Exactly like I want. There. Okay, so we're drawing something, but it's trash. It looks like the step between is accurate, or like it's back to what it's supposed to be. But it's way too small for some reason. And the UVs, or no. Okay. Why is the texture like this? Like, how did that happen? Uh, I really wish there was a way for me to just look at the AB fonts. There's bitmaps. Yeah, alphabet render. Cool. So it's supposed to be rendered now. And it is rendering something. It seems, however, like maybe the tags are wrong. That's something I can get from here. No. Uh, oh no. Uh, that's not correct. It's red. Yes. The size is wrong. So you can see here that these two F's are so close together because it's a ligature in this specific font. And that messes with the size or the offset. But I have to go to text create. fonts 0.1, 0.2, 0.4, or 0.01, 0.02, 0.04 for this, the size of 60. Why are the sizes so tiny? I actually don't think it's the offsets. It might be the sizes. Because, okay, we have 0, 0, fine. Then we have 524 becomes 23. That sounds correct to me. $50? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So when I'm creating my vertex, the vertices, I think the font is the size of 20 and the distance is the size of 60. And somehow I am not updating that between my runs. Mm-hmm. And then what? Mm-hmm. So that is larger. Hmm. That L is a little bit weird. But why is it using this, which is the value 1? Oh, I know. I know why. Yeah. Okay. Text size. Thank you very much. Why though? Mm-hmm. It looks like the UVs are wrong. The texture has issues. Like it's the entire texture is like shifted. You can see here the V continues on the left, which is very strange. And this comma is all on top of the L. and they are spaced out way too much. Yeah. Weird. So it looks to me like we are mixing the font sizes. Ah, I missed one. That doesn't explain why the texture is messed up. This is also messed up. It's messed up differently, but it's still messed up. Uh, texture create. Alphabet render. So the first one is rendered correctly. Actually, I need to check one thing. Yeah, so you can see here the top here renders 1 pixel below. So for some reason, it's overdrawing. So if we go to alphabet render, we go to largest. We start at 0. We start at 1. The bitmap size is 256. That is correct. I think. I believe that is correct. Okay, never mind. So we start here. We end up at 19 or even 20 because we're adding another one at the end. 18. And we're drawing all the way to the end. How many glyphs did we draw? 11, 12, 13, and we land exactly on 255. We log the largest height. So we start over. So how is it then? Actually, here I want to go. Because this is a comma, I'm almost certain. Oh. $14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So how is that possible? Can I see what glyph I'm on? Code point 44. D. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Comma. L T A and we're drawing it on 234-ish from there up to 255. Next one is a comma. The width is too large, so we start over. I'm never setting the cursor. Is that used anywhere before? It's not. So why is it even up there? And why was it not an issue before? Hopefully that solves it. Yes. That looks fine. That L looks real bad. I don't know why that one specifically is so bad. Huh. Here it looks fine. But it looks like it doesn't have any alpha at all when I'm drawing. This L looks much different from the one here. And also here. You see that? This is solid white. But it's only for the first one. Why is it doing that? Uh-huh. Hmm. Why is it like that? It doesn't look like that. It's 57, no, 58%, but not here. This is solid all the way through, except this one. That is a very weird bug. Like, how does that how does that even happen? What is the reason for this? I just have to think really hard. Only the first one. Why? 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 How is that even possible? Like, it shouldn't be possible. I'm drawing the alpha, and the alpha is 0.5%. Is it something with this? Oh, wait. I know why. It's drawing this. I see. It's drawing the L like a bunch of times. I need to give me one moment. Okay, okay. I'm just excited now because I know what the problem is. In OpenGL C, well, the question is, where do I actually store the number of string or number of characters to be drawn? In main, I do my byte size, and I get back draw count. So this is not times 6. We're drawing 20 characters. That looks way better, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Wait, I missed this space, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yes. Now, is there some issue again? It doesn't look quite properly shaped anymore. But it might just be it might just be a an illusion. This is 7. This is 6.5. I think it's correct. So it works again. Now, what I need to do is something for another day, but I think that right now I'm having 2 uniform buffers. I think one of them should not be a uniform buffer. The smart thing to me seems to be that I'm having the font, this alphabet render stuff, this vertex font, that could be a uniform buffer. And then I have the like specific text like this. Where is that? Ah, let me paste this back in. Oh no. Damn it. Why is that? Can I fix that real quick before ending today? Text creates cursor Y. I do that for a new line. But or do I? If the cursor X is too large, then I do all this stuff. Uh, So we're above that. The line break height is 0. There we go. Let's put it a little bit higher. So we can take a screenshot and then I'm done for the day. That's nice. All right, so I will push this to my GitLab. Like I said, there's still 1 or 2 more things I want to update with this to make it like completely like finished the way that I would like it. And then I have to, of course, if I start using it and I realize, oh, this is kind of stupid or something, then I can think about improvements. But I think this has come, it has come a long way from what I was doing. Like to generalize it, it has come a long way. Or abstractizing it, something like that. So now I feel more like I can draw any string. I still need to test, of course, right to left. I need to test Arabic. I need to test different fonts, more sizes. I need to think about like how do I actually assign the size. And right now I'm just selecting sizes 0 like this, but actually maybe one font only has a big one and another font only has a small one, but they're all ordered like kind of like that. So that like there's some, tweaks I would like to do. But overall, I think this is much better than it was. So yeah, I will think about this uniform buffer, what I will do with that. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. So yeah, see ya.